Well, I'm gonna invest in all kinds of good stuff and try to help the world. Like enable hundreds through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. We're going to help to try to end world thirst. We're already sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars in those Harry Potter bonds out of 10 million. The ticker is Bitcoin. And we already build wells and water towers in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the unfortunate. Additionally, we're advocates for the lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology where we pump the seawater on the land to make it drinkable. So I'm going to continue to invest in those types of programs and then certainly life extension technology, age reversal technology, and mind uploading technology to be able to perhaps one day be able to utilize a digital immortality.
Okay, that's great. One day you're doing all that. You've eaten all the pantry, rhino root, good peanuts, bacon, scavenge, and you're going through the rhino root pantry one day, and the janitor is cleaning up, like a 4 or 8 person packed house at the show, and he's like, "Hey, who's this gremlin with the dirty GoPro?" Fucking 360 disc. And he's like, "Hey, what are you doing in here? Intruder. What do you say to the janitor?"
How much does it take for you to keep your mouth shut?
He says, 20 grand.
Okay, I give it to you on your cash.
Okay. He takes the money and he goes and he calls the Australian police department and he's like, there's some squatter in the rhino room. He betrays you. And so you're about to get raided by the Australian police. You have a GoPro. Palantir is watching all of this. Palantir gives you a call before you're getting raided. Rabbi, you know you've just taken a family hostage. You have 100 Nigerian stewards and one come in. You're not in good standing with the police. We're gonna have to cut ties. You no longer have access to satellites. We could nuke your GoPro, so we're gonna still let you live. You may want to run out the back door. So, what do you do now?
I mean, I've already stated what I want to do, and I'm free the world. And I know that we will eventually have to go back to the rhino room. It's just one love. It's just one true love. It's where he got his comedy started.
So you're gonna stay there?
Yeah. And in the meantime, I'm going to fund all kinds of really good charities and stuff to help the world.
Okay, well, the police come in and they're like, "Yeah, Rabbi, you're being placed under arrest for taking a family hostage."
I didn't take them hostage. Wait. I already said I didn't want to take them hostage.
You took them hostage.
No. I didn't take them hostage. I even said
you're not changing the narrative. Would you like to bribe the Australian police?
no, because that's illegal. I just would want to say
Would you like to give them a gift?
no. I would just say that hey, I really didn't. I didn't kidnap them, and even if you think I did, I'm not the person who did it. Other people did it. So if anything, it would be an agency or something like that. And that would take a lot to prove. And they were never not free. I don't even know where they are. I never said I went to his house or anything like that. And I'm just chilling, and we're just waiting for Jude to go and perform at the Rhino Room again. And in the meantime, I'm going to have a bunch of trained people around me so that nothing happens to me. And I'm going to fund all kinds of good stuff, including biological volunteer stock and SpaceX stock and Harry Potter bonds that was free.
Elon forbids you from buying SpaceX stock, but
You can't.
they allow you to continue Alright, back to Zoo. Zoo, would you like to redial your number on Midland or Rock? Yeah, ring ring. Yo, Zoo, what the fuck? Where do we go? You on part of your system? Where is it? Okay, we're already there. We see Rabbi mingling, and we're standing right beside you. Snipers pointed out Rabbi. Okay. Dude, we don't want to take, we don't want to backpack for this. We're gonna hand you the sniper. Are you gonna pull? Here's the sniper right here. Are you gonna aim? Rabbi? Yeah. Are you gonna pull the trigger? Yeah. You need a 6 or above to hit him in the head.
That's too low. It's got to be 50-50.
On a 30-sided dice.
It's got to be 50-50. Not 6.
Are you gonna roll the dice? Yeah. Okay, you roll. You hit a 4. The shot misses, but now everyone on the yacht is panicking. Everyone. Jet is just like, what the fuck, dude? Jet is now pissed at you for fucking up his performance. The guitar player smashes a beer bottle running at you. Rabbi has disappeared somewhere. What are you gonna do? Please make a decision. Would you like to go search for Rabbi? Okay. Drop all away from the You're on the yacht. Everyone's on the yacht. So everyone's on the table. No, you're from like the upper deck. You're in a good spot. So the only person that saw you was the guitar player. Broken beer bottle. Okay. Would you like to blast calming elevator music out of the speaker system on the yacht? Sure, I don't know. No. You don't want to do that, okay? Where is the It's in international waters. Okay. You're gonna call. He's on the yacht. Okay, nice. Yeah. Everyone on the ship is like, classic Bitcoin Obama. Just messing around. Everyone said the assassination attempt on that. Would you like to go find a weapon on board to try and take out Rabbi? Rabbi's still pretty strong.
No, how long are you gonna let him talk? He's already rolled the dice.
Dude, it said like 3 words. So it takes like a nice 3 seconds.
Dude, he took a shot at me and missed. After that, it should be my turn.
What's that narrator? I couldn't. Okay, dude, you have 10 seconds to make one final move. Unless you roll a dice or you hit a 30 or above. In which case you have another 30 seconds. Gonna try to find ammo on the yacht. No, Bitcoin Obama through the sniper mode. You should have stabbed him through a weapon. Okay. Well, back to Rabbi. Strategy just sucks. His strategy just sucks. He's not even trying to actually do it. He's literally just sitting in a room waiting and listening. Like, not even moving near there. So, what's your strategy?
I alert the police that somebody put a murder attempt on me, and Zook becomes public enemy number 1 of Interpol and all of the police.
Are you asking the narrator about what happened, or are you just saying
Okay, so I'm live streaming, or maybe I'm not live streaming, but I at least have it on GoPro that Zook took a shot at me. Is that correct?
No, that's in his. Other two like parallel universes. In your world, you haven't played an assassination. You haven't even found them.
I don't like the fact that there are multiple universes.
They can join up at some point, but it just depends on how the narrators do it. Unfortunately, they're still separate at the moment. And your world, onto your home answer the phone, you're blacklisted from contact.
How do I make the narrator aware that I don't like that I feel that this game is rigged, and I because of that don't feel that I could ever win.
I gave you $50 billion for Kansas. Bullshit as far as you deviated beside the hideout in the cellar of the island.
No, I didn't say that's what I like. I said I created a trapdoor, a waiting Zoot to one day go back to his one true love to ride on him, and it was action in the net. I never said what on the picture.
So your strategy was to waste it all, or do you have that?
My strategy this turn is to make the narrator aware that once we got into the
I'm not trying to rig it against you.
wait, once the narrator gave us parallel universes, I'm out. I don't like that.
You could figure out a way to actually try and join them.
It's too confusing to be able to do it. Like in one, he took a shot at me, and he could have killed me with dice, and then in the other, he didn't. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, that's how the game works.
Okay.
You can actually try and do something in your universe to get neither of you to activate them. Try to get them in a straight jacket or something. Would you like to try to lure his dude out sometime closer to you? You still have connections to Joe Rogan. Would you like to use
no, can I call
Australian comedy guy?
Can I
Australian comedy guy?
James McCann? Can I call?
James McCann. Yes.
Can I call
James McKinnon.
can I call Zoot?
You want to call Zoot? Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say Zoot. Zoot, I went viral and I have $50 trillion in the bank. Would you like $1 trillion? Yes or no, Zoot?
He's like, yeah, I mean,
No, let Zoot answer on behalf of himself.
okay, Zoot. Are you paying attention at all? Just happened. Why are you paying attention as turn, dude? Hey, Zoot, you don't pay attention now. Rabbi, ask him a question.
Zoot, if I give you $1 trillion, would you stop trying to kill me? Okay, cool. So I'm gonna give him $1 trillion, and then together we're gonna develop mind uploading technology, and then with mind uploading technology and the ability to put our bodies into different species or whatever, into androids, avatars, cyborgs, cybernetic beings, clones of ourselves, robots, ethereal beings, whatever we want to be, then Zoot could create a clone of himself and I could create a clone of myself, and they could kill each other at exactly the same moment, at exactly the same time, so we both win. Zoot, does that sound good to you? There you go. You just won.
I found one good. Alright, goes to the dog too. Thank you for trying out this game.
Worst
I'm sure you
game
enjoyed it a lot.
ever. I just won.
No, you tied.
Nope. Because
You tied.
no, because I could kill this guy before if I want to.
No, you didn't kill the true person. You killed a clone. That doesn't count. But even if you did, you shot at the same time and you tied.
No, not necessarily. He could have had himself and then two clones of himself. Our two clones could have killed each other at exactly the same time, and I could have killed the original version of him.
That's not what happened though.
Wait, you didn't let me finish. And he left before he could agree to it.
You
So,
said the clones shoot each other at the same time.
yeah, but I also didn't say that I killed the original version.
No, you said you weren't interested in doing any harm to your wife too. So
At that
maybe
time,
impossible.
perhaps in the future,
But you did not win.
I
You didn't
definitely
win.
won. I
So
definitely.
that's the narrator decides. I mean, you can tell yourself whatever. The narrator has concluded that the game is a tie. So
Did you know that this? You used to play this as a little kid or whatever?
yeah,
That is good. And that was a cool thing that you would do?
and it's better than just fucking hitting a mini golf ball and seeing repetitive holes over and over in this game. That sucks. This is the best shot in the world. This is the best shot in the world.
Did you like that game?
This requires creativity, imagination.
Are you ready to
You
lose?
can't put a price on it.
Are you ready to lose?
I want your opinion on the game.
0 to 10, it was a 2.
Maybe you'll be the narrator next time.
Oh, if I'm the narrator, you're playing this up.
I wasn't even. I was being like completely reasonable. I don't know why you thought I was.
Not at all.
Because you're just like, I do this, I do this. You're literally just like, hire a bunch of killers and they win the game for me in my turn. and it's like, it's not how it works.
You let Juke become friends.
It can't be that easy.
You let Juke become friends with AC/DC and Jet without rolling? How fair is that?
Oh, dude, it's like in Scrabble, you know, like when I have to do like 100 points to start to make it fair. There's like that. I was being nice to you. Like, I need to like boost Duke's esteem so he doesn't get discouraged in the game.
So you're
And I feel like, yeah, no, on the beginning I gave him easier time, but that didn't make that I was like, I would come up with like when he was trying to kill you. I obviously didn't just let it like happen the first try, you know. But we do in his terms is like making progress to organize a plan and like devise a plan to find you and make an attempt. You chose to just hide out and wait. That was not good strategy.
was there allowed to kill them?
Palantir, I even asked you during the time, like, yo, do you want to like roll the dice on Palantir to find Zeus location? And the dealer just said yes. He's like, yo, you rolled a 16 or like a 28. Like, you have Zeus location, run this thing. And you could have gone and tried to apprehend him there. But he chose not to take that route, even though I guess he could have.
Are you proud of your game?
I thought I did a pretty good job as a narrator. I think people look back and say, hey, one of the best narrators ever for the game.
No, but my question to you is are you proud of your game?
I do enjoy it more than playing himself. I think you enjoyed it more than playing himself.
That's incorrect.
I enjoyed it playing
Wait. That's incorrect.
No, your interpretation is incorrect.
Right?
You liked that game. At the start, you were pretty stoked towards that in $50 billion. You're pretty stoked.
Are you ready? Right there. Are you ready to lose
Mars
it?
will be analyzers, vocalizers, AI to get rid of William Montgomery and unearth as many bodies are will know that you're stoked.
So are you ready to play mini golf? Yes or no? I'm
No,
waiting.
no. I don't play games, I play.
Okay, well, are you going to make a mini golf game?
I'm working on a simulator game. Want to hear about it?
Before you do that, how did things go with Canadian taxes?
I stopped playing it. Thanks for reminding me.
How do you forget something like
Wasn't super urgent.
that? Do you need to go through them to do your meal?
No, it's totally separate.
Okay. Now here's my question for you. I think this is a very good question. Maybe one of the best questions in the history of games. Are you ready for it?
I mean, if the data is support, then I will perhaps listen.
Are you ready to lose it? Are you ready to lose a mini golf?
I don't know if you are able to listen to past pieces of information and integrate those pieces of information into your output. But I don't play games like this.
What does that even mean?
job, Scrabble. I play word games. I develop my own video games. I own simulator games. I don't think you've actually ever played a real simulator.
What do you even mean?
Have you played a simulator game ever? Have you played Station Simulator? Maybe. It's a very simple question. Yes or no? Have you played a simulator?
Like Sim Earth.
Have you played the Sim?
Yeah.
You have played the Sim? What was it where you like yeah. Well, do you want to hear about my simulator game?
Sure.
And why it'll be one of the best simulator games ever.
That's cool.
Okay, here's a question. What is a simulator game that has a space program in the title? You know the answer? I think it starts with a K. It's like K something space.
I don't like it.
Okay, the answer is Purple. Purple Space Program. And is a very popular simulator video game. Which any simulator video game enthusiast would know. So one pattern that I've analyzed across simulator video games is like, I mean, this isn't true for gas station simulator too much, which I think is why possibly it's so successful, but I guess some successful simulator games don't necessarily have to take this approach and still be successful, like Power Washer Simulator. Power Washer Simulator, there's not many like side quests to do. Same with like there's a leaf blower simulator. You're pretty much just blowing leaves and like raking up leaves and shit, and power washing shit. And I feel like that to me that's a little bit boring. I think that why people like gas station simulators so much is that there's like a lot of diverse tasks that you have to do. You have to operate the convenience store, you have to operate a car wash, you have to gather supplies for the gas station, tank the gas station. There's it's not just like pumping gas, basically, or just power washing. There's a lot of scope to it, and so simulator game that I think would be good is Cruise Ship Simulator. And Cruise Ship Simulator, cruise ships are basically like small cities, and there's like a whole lot of moving parts to them, which is good. And so in the Cruise Ship Simulator, you have to both manage the employees and the systems that the employees are kitchen and the buffet. You have to upgrade the amount of food output and maintain the engine and upgrade the engine, and then also the guest experiences, which could be a shitload of things to manage there. And so there's just like this giant basket of problems that you have to solve and manage, and you have to start off really small, but then upgrade, getting more staff and upgrading the boat to make it better, get better rating, and earn more money, improve the guest experience, whatever, and keep going. So I think it's a really good base for a simulator game. And yeah, it'll be wildly popular. There's also not many simulator games have a big mod community, but games like Gary's Mod have like happened to, or even like Minecraft is like very popular because people can do their own mods to it. So when you develop like a malleable framework for people to be creative, just like the assassination game, using your imagination. There's a lot of upside potential. So, what do you think? What are your honest thoughts?
A cruise ship simulator?
That's what I just described. Good guess.
Doesn't that already exist?
No, it doesn't. Surprisingly. And surprisingly, yeah, I literally like. There's so many simulator games that cool. My simulator.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Dream logger.
What are you talking about?
Dream simulator.
I see a bunch of them. There's ships and they can play.
Roblox simulators, you're literally.
No, look, I'm not talking Roblox. I'm not talking Roblox. I'm talking on Amazon, there's a ship simulator. On Google Play, there's a ship simulator for cycling.
Ship simulator is just driving.
Okay.
All the like ship simulator games, you're just like being a passenger vessel and you're extremely boring. This one, you're managing the actual operation of your ship and the guests and the employees, which does not exist, which is why it's a great idea.
Okay, I mean, there's a cruise ship driver simulator app.
Okay, so you're, again, that's just driving the boat, which is not that big. You're not you're not taking care of, like, this one, it's like in between, like you're in a matchup between like upgrading the ship and upgrading the floors and the ceilings and the pools and the deck chairs, all the shit on board, all the amenities on board, you're upgrading constantly while you're dealing with problems. And there's like this little iPad tablet that's like, oh, like over here, someone is getting barred.
Are you? Yeah, exactly. Okay. What about on Amazon? There's cruise ship simulator. It's a cruise ship driving and then and all the screenshots are exactly what we're talking about. People throw up, you have passengers who are angry, you get stars for different accomplishments.
What's it actually called?
Cruise ship simulator.
Why is it on Amazon?
It's actually called Cruise Ship Simulator 3D. So this one's in 3D.
Cruise Ship Simulator 3D.
This already exists. Yeah. There's also Ship Simulator Extremes on Steam, which seems to be a lot better, and it's $3.99. That looks pretty cool. It looks really cool. Look at it's on Steam. Look at Ship Simulator Extremes. Ocean Cruise Ship Oceana. It looks amazing. A floating city is the perfect way to describe the beautiful and vast cruise vessel, MS Oceana. Sailing the ocean, visiting idyllic locations, and catering to every need. However small it may be. Of its thousands of passengers, 24/7 is the objective of the MS Oceana. The Oceana holds a deployable and player-controllable tender ship, provides players with the single most extensive walkthrough of any ship simulator extreme vessel, and allows you to take a look into the passenger cabin to feel what life on board must be like. The DLC puts you at the helm of the impressive cruise vessel as you sail four extensive missions, making sure your passengers have the time of their lives. Give your passengers and yourself an unforgettable experience on board this majestic vessel. Key features: brand new cruise vessel using advanced azimuth and Gulfbuster controls. Cruise vessel includes a deployable tender ship for use during specific missions.
Functionality to creation and sharing of specific cruise recommendations to a four realistic cruise vessel interface and full walkthrough. Yeah, so that seems again oriented toward just driving the boat.
No, it doesn't.
It's not.
No, it doesn't. It says there that you give your passengers and yourself an unforgettable experience. And also it says
by driving the boat.
it says making sure your passengers have the time of their life. Okay, we'll go to the previous one.
By driving the boat.
Okay, we'll go to the previous one. It's called Ship Simulator Cruise Tycoon. That one is just like what you're talking about, presenting addictive and realistic ship simulator cruise tycoon game with realistic driving experience in dynamic ocean sports and realistic cargo motion. Redstone Creative Game Studio presents brand new ship simulator game, a great clean introduction to ship games.
I suppose for paperwork.
Sounds really good.
It's on Google Play. It's on Google Play.
The other one is on Steam. Then there's another one.
Hold on, another ship simulator cruise.
Yeah, and then there's similar on Nintendo Switch. They have uh, cruise ships, gigantic cargo ships, and oil tankers. Welcome to the most exciting and realistic ship simulator. Sail around the Mediterranean Sea as the captain of a 400-meter oil tanker, a gigantic cargo ship, or a luxurious cruise ship. Navigate your ship in a realistic and detailed open maps with missions in many of the iconic port cities around the Mediterranean.
So again, just driving the boat.
Okay.
All these seem like you're just driving the boat.
Okay. What did you say about the Roblox one?
The Roblox one again, you're driving the boat down, interacting with passengers, and not leveling up your ship by making it like upgrading all the things to the ships and trying to get the biggest managing staff, increasing guest capacity, being enough vomit on clogging toilets.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Then you want yeah, exactly. Then you want a game called Cruise Ship Manager.
Is that a real game or are you saying that's a title of it?
It's a real game. It's called Cruise Ship Manager.
This one looks like it's 2D and it looks like it's graphics, not a simulator.
Um,
2.5 star rating.
Take the challenge of managing a cruise ship. Maintain your vessel, plan your route, and sell tickets to the wealthiest passengers. Give tasks. It's not 2D. It's definitely 3D. If anything, it's like cut in half.
On Steam for $9.99.
I don't know what it's like.
Mostly negative reviews.
Yeah, it looks cool though.
They really thought cruise ship manager.
I mean, it's literally exactly what you're talking about. You have to sell tickets to wealthiest passengers. Give tasks to your crew and keep them morale high. Choose your ship's layout and offer amenities. Keep the prices right, passengers happy, and the wallet full. That's exactly what you're talking about. It's not 2D. It's 3D.
Um, yeah, but you're not like running around with the world.
Dude, they even have like
Yeah,
they even have like a dance. They have a dance club. Dude, the trailer for it is amazing. It's called Cruise Ship Manager. It's beautiful. Look at the video. Look at the game.
yeah, I know, but it's not first person.
Wait, you want to have a first-person cruise ship manager game where you unplug toilets?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. That's part of it on the lower level.
You want first-person you cleaning toilets?
Yeah, that'll go viral. It's not gonna be like super like realistic and disgusting.
I mean, wouldn't that just be a custodial simulator?
No, those are on like the lower levels when you have like a tiny cruise ship and you're just starting out. But as you progress through higher levels, then your duties become less very custodial.
I mean,
To some degree.
okay, so it's not it's not first-person view, but it's pretty close. If you see the people in the bathroom unplugging the toilet.
Are you talking about this game?
Yeah, yeah, cruise ship manager in the video that they showed it. I mean, it's exactly what you're talking about. It's on the lower levels of the ship. There's the ship's club. It's keeping your passengers happy.
Yeah, the graphics for
The graphics are beautiful, dude. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing it? The graphics are beautiful.
No, you're just like a floating like you're not actually inside of the game. You're just like this macro viewing of terrible graphics. I want you on the deck playing the game, feeling the chaos while building the ship. So yeah, it's the same game. That has a shitty rating for itself. But yes, it is. I do acknowledge the concept is terrible.
Okay.
Not a threat.
It
Not a
looks
simulator.
it is a simulator.
Or it's a simulator.
That's what you're doing.
No, simulator is like first person.
No, it's not necessarily. Sim Power wasn't first person. Sim City's not first person. And dude, it is simulation. That's under the category. Popular user-defined tags for the product. Naval relaxing survival management, point-and-click sandbox economy simulation.
Oh yeah, well, there's I mean, there's multiple.
And it even has colony sim. What are you talking about? Dude, can you just admit that the game that you want to make is already exists?
No, there's. I mean, the same concept. There's the implementation resembling this financial training of the number.
I would not take any time to build this. This is a work for me. Anything that is not fair is a work.
Not doing very fair.
And you can buy Yacht Manager that has that as well. And Diesel Pump and Cruise Ship and Fregato. So it has like a bunch of add-ons. There are 12 bundles, dude.
12 bundles of same shitty game.
Yeah, one of them is called Cruise Ship Toilet Cleaner, where you clean a toilet as a first-person view.
Oh, that's pretty good.
It's already a game, dude. It's already a game that works and seems to be pretty cool. And I know that it only has like a 35% approval rating or whatever, or 38%. But people's expectations are really high. This is like a fun game.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Really, it's not a fun game because it's shitty game. Look at it. I'm a simulator game guru. Yeah.
No, you're not. You've never played Sim Ants. You've never played Sim Power. You've never played Sim Earth. You've never played Sim Life. You've never played Sim Ocean. Have you ever played Sim City?
What's Sim Ocean?
It's a game.
Where you do what?
It is or Ocean Sim. It's an underwater uh, it's an underwater simulation framework designed to accelerate the development of a robust underwater perception solution. Um, and then have you ever played Odell Down Under?
No?
Okay, that's also an ocean sim where you choose an animal like a fish or a pufferfish or a clownfish or a seahorse or a great white shark or a barracuda, and you do your best to survive as long as possible.
I've heard of it.
It's been around for a long time, but
I'm gonna take a shower.
okay.
Do you have a simulator game suggestion?
Have you ever played Sim Golf? I just answered your question. Sim Golf.
I mean, I play shit ton of Wii golf. I'm not gonna pay much. And PGA,
You've never played Streets of Sin City? It was like Grand Theft Auto.
Sim City sucks.
It was like Grand Theft Auto before Grand Theft Auto.
No.
Okay, or not Streets of Sin City. That was Sim Copy. And then Streets of Sin City was amazing because you could drive in the cities that you could first person view. Okay, so you've never played Sky Chase. Have you ever played Sim City?
I've watched my friends play it.
Okay, so that's a no. Have you ever played Sim Earth?
Because was built by the people that made the Sims.
All of this is built by the people who made the Sims.
I've never played any of those Sims games that I figure out.
Have you ever played Sim Man?
No, I haven't played any of those. I've only played.
Have you ever played
watched
Sim
a
Light?
lot of the first ones, but not
Have
the
you ever
grocery
played?
store simulator.
Have you ever played Sim Light?
Was that built by the freaking people that made the Sims?
Yes.
So I've already answered that question.
Have you ever played Sim City 2000?
I'm gonna take a shot.
Hold on, because I'm gonna name these games, and then we're gonna see what one doesn't have like a simulator, and maybe it's a game. So there's Sim Farm. Sim Farm is actually an amazing game. Sim Life, Sim Refinery. I've never played that, but it was an unreleased
The
title.
oil refinery?
Yeah, it was unreleased. So then there's Sim Health. Sim Tower was amazing, and I saw somebody's coming out with a new Sim Tower or a version of it. So you should be on the lookout for that if you're into Sim games. And then there's Sim Isle, which was big. Sim Town always looked really cool. And then there's uh, Simcopter. Simcopter was a game changer, and Sim Golf was amazing as well. Simcopter was really cool. You get to fly a helicopter. I used to play this game for hours and hours and hours, all around the city in 3D, and you used to like be able to like save people from burning buildings and stuff using a helicopter, and it was a really cool game. You put out fires with the helicopter, and there would be like VIPs, and you could take them from building to building. It's one of the coolest games ever. Okay, the Sim Park, Sim Tunes. Um, okay, Streets of Sim City was a game
That's not a
changer.
bad being a part of the I don't think that exists.
You're saying that, but let's see. Parks and Rec. Um, you know what game never really took off that much, but it was called. There was a game that I used to play that was called Dino Hunter, and it was a hunting game, but for dinosaurs, and it was very cool. And there's another one,
Jurassic Park, the video game.
sort of, sort of. And then there's another one that's early called Dino Park Tycoon, where you um, basically start your own Jurassic Park. In terms of parks and recreation, um, there are a bunch where you're the mayor of a town. There are some where you are the Monopoly version of this. There is um, we're gonna look up not simulation games, not not
Let me call you back.
not related to the television show, but where you manage the town and the finances and stuff in the city park.
Brennan Shaw. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
I don't think you're ever coming back.
I'm not gonna mute.
20 minutes.
But I am muting right now.
20 minutes. You've got to be back by 11. That gives you 26 minutes. This is bullshit. Look who the fuck pulled up. Look who the fuck pulled up. You haven't even been given an update on the fighter and the kid in 36 hours. And you want to come in here and you want to act like you own the joint because of your narrator knowledge. How you live in family? What happened?
Checking my foot.
Okay, what is hurting you?
I don't know, it's like invisible. It's like an invisible metal shirt in there.
Okay, that could be dangerous. Are you able to find it?
Yeah, I think, I don't know. Should be fine.
I did a podcast yesterday, and I didn't realize it, but my computer was, okay, so my phone, I've told you before, is like got full storage, and it's because of all the email addresses that I keep creating and putting on it. And so I wanted to free up space on my phone, so I put like about 100 email addresses or so, more than 50, but close to 100 on my computer, which takes up like 50 gigabytes. The computer itself is like 250 gigabytes. It's not, and then I have terabytes that I could connect to it, but I choose not to. All right, so then as I'm doing this podcast, about 45 minutes into it, um, I had a technical issue. I don't know exactly what happened, but like the podcast just stopped at that moment. So I had to reconnect, and we did another 15 minutes. And the guy wants to have me on again, which I think is really cool. He was really nice, and like he wanted to talk about aliens because that's what the show's about. And then I didn't really talk too much about futurology. And then when he heard everything I ever talked about futurology, he's like, "Oh, I want to have you back on. Can you come back on soon?" And I was like, "Yeah, we can certainly connect and just let me know." And so I've got that. And I don't think I'm doing podcasts tomorrow or Monday, though there's the possibility that I might do it on both days. Then I've got podcasts of the week on something like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, something like that. So that's cool.
Tell me what the rest of the entire calendar is.
I'm doing some in July I have booked, and hopefully going viral one of these days. And then I've got another one that is going to air September 7th. Why September 7th? There's a woman with whom I did a podcast. She's actually one of the best podcast interviews I've ever been with him I've ever been. She just does one podcast a month, and she books them way in advance. So I did her podcast in May, and so it should air in the fall. And I really like how smart alecky you are. I don't know what got into you, but obviously it's an attitude. You used to beg me for Brendan Shaw information. You used to beg me for William Montgomery information. You used to beg me for Joey Diaz information. Did you know that Ari Maddie was on Joey Diaz's podcast yesterday? Oh, wait. You find Ari Maddie to be funny? Yes or no? Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's better than most.
Do you find? Did you know that Brendan Schaub was on David Lucas's fishing podcast?
Recently,
Yeah, I think it's right on Friday.
like making moves.
That's
They're both in Austin, right?
Yeah, but that's like a total step down from Brendan Schaub. Like he's like David Lucas is like Kill Tony regular. He's not like Brendan Schaub used to do like Bad Friends podcasts and um like
David Lucas has like probably one year, like 500,000 subscribers.
um
And his podcast gets like a decent chunk of views.
um like
I like how you hate on David Lucas. I would appreciate it.
okay, did you know David Lucas choked a woman and almost killed her and admits to it on camera and thinks it's funny? And it's one of the reasons why William Montgomery no longer does a podcast with him. Did you know this?
That's a terrible thing to admit.
Yeah. Dude, there's this creepy clip on Brothers in Person, a podcast that William Montgomery, on which he used to star, and you never have seen, where
I have seen it. I've been told
okay, well, you didn't even know it was a thing. You didn't even know it was a thing before I told you. I definitely know that. And
What do you want, a trophy?
yeah, I do. I do. I want a Stanley Cup. I want a Stanley Cup trophy.
Trophy?
I want a,
Trophy.
do you know what the Stanley Cup is? I want that. All right. So there's this clip of David Lucas who is saying, "Yeah, I had this girl at this one time, and you know when a girl just like won't shut up or something? Well, we were fighting, and she was about to get in the shower, and I just choked her, and she passed out and fell to the ground in my arms, and she wasn't coming to, and I thought I killed her. But then when she came to, I just told her that she had gotten really upset, and she just passed out, and she believed me." And he says this story, and William Montgomery's, what kind of creepy ass story is this? Yeah, exactly. And I I don't think they did the podcast dude,
Wow.
Brendan Schaub.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Now, does that mean I think that like David Lucas is the worst person on earth? No, I don't. Even though that's not cool behavior. Uh, I don't think it's the worst thing that anybody's ever done to anybody else. But in terms of David Lucas, his jokes are like, um, well, his
He looked like he could have killed her or something.
yeah, he even says that I thought it did, and she came to and I just told her that she got upset, and it's like, why are you admitting this on a fucking podcast? But he did, and I found that William Montgomery, it's the one episode that I've ever seen of anything he's ever done where he wanted to leave. He wanted to get up and just straight up leave. And normally, like, he'll play things up or whatever. He did not think this was that funny, and he you feel for him, like, what would you do in a situation like this? This woman could have died, and he's
And
basically,
there's been how many damn episodes that people let him in?
I don't think they did that way.
That's a crazy thought first in Instagram.
Right. Um, I do think that David Lucas's podcast is genius. Of any podcast that I've ever seen, where two guys or a man or woman or whatever, they just go and fish. At least they're doing something on a podcast, which is like a lot different than um, many other podcasts. I think it's really a cool, it's a cool take.
It
Oh,
doesn't distract. Well, no. Bert Kreischer's podcast is like he's cooking them a shitty meal, but the whole time he's like concentrated on like burning the onions and he's having like a shitty conversation. Even though this is fishing, like it doesn't detract from the conversation. He's clearly just chilling there, fishing rod.
I agree. And there's no producer. Nobody's looking anything up. It's just guys talking about their lives and stuff. And in this week's episode where Brendan Schaub was on, I haven't seen it all. I just have seen clips. Somebody interrupts it and they're like, something like, "Excuse me," and they're like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "Oh, you guys got a photo, like a photography session going or something." I just think that's neat. And they're like, "Yeah, that's what we're doing." Like, just get the fuck out of here. Um, I would find that all the time when I have done IRL streaming. People are fascinated by the camera and they want to interrupt you. And it's like, can you see I'm doing? Can't you see that I'm doing something right now? And in this case, Brendan Schaub and David Williams would just do that. But in my opinion, this is a total step down. Brendan Schaub used to do Fighter and the Kid, or not Fighter and the Kid, Flagrant 2. He would do podcasts like Bad Friends. Oh, they were big. I mean, he had his own podcast with Theo Vaughn. And Theo Vaughn right now, that's like the number 2 podcast in the world.
Yeah, but back then, they wanted to probably Flagrant had like probably 1/9 of the subscribers.
Yeah, but usually with these podcasts, you are able to be a return guest. You know, if you do a good job, they'll be like, come on back. But the reason why they don't let Cutting Shots come on back is not because his stand-up special sucked, but it's because how he treated Bobby Lee. He and Brian Callen threatened Bobby Lee's career. They said that Joe Rogan would end him, and um, everybody turned their back on him from a comedy perspective. And now they're seen as giant laughing stocks, and now they're doing David Lutz's podcast, which frankly is the little league. It's not even the major leagues for the podcast world. And
I mean, how many fucking podcasts are there?
okay, there's Joe Rogan Experience. Yeah, there's Joe Rogan Experience. There's Your Mom's House. There's Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, which sometimes it's from Austin. There's No Longer William Montgomery. There's David Lucas's podcast. There's one girl's podcast. I can't remember her name. I know that really helps. But she's under, I think, the Your Mom. There are like a few under that Your Mom's House canopy, and so maybe like what'd you say? Maybe something like 10. There might be 10 um, podcasts. Well, and then there are 5 that Brendan Schaub has, or whatever. He's got Big Brown Breakdown. He's got The Fighter and the Kid. He's got.
Are you including them in the 10?
No, I was not. But if you include his, that there, and if you include Brian Callen has had like 5 different podcasts. He had called like mental martial arts, or mixed mental arts, or something like that. And he's had a few others. Somebody else does Austin. Oh, Lex Friedman has done Austin, but he either does it from Cambridge, Massachusetts, or Austin, one or the other. So he does it from there as well. But you're never going to see Brendan Schaub.
He talks to like scientists and physicists.
Right, you're not going to see Brendan Schaub on that. So I don't know, maybe like older, 10, 15. I'm sure there are others because there was William Montgomery's podcast, but LA from that podcast world has probably 30 different podcasts at least, and New York has another probably 20 or so. And then there are random ones throughout the United States, which those are just the ones that I know. I'm sure that there are others, but you would think that Brendan Schaub would be on. You would think that Brendan Schaub would be on Two Bears, One Cave, but they canceled that podcast. Or you think he would be on Your Mom's House. He used to be on it. They used to have him on all the time. He's no longer allowed on. You would think he would be on Kill Tony. Kill Tony's a podcast that he's going to be The Kill Tony is a podcast. And he's been on a podcast. Okay, they call it's branded the #1 live podcast in the world. Okay, well, you can take that up with Tony Hitchens. I'm just telling you that it's branded the #1 live podcast in the world. Okay, okay, why isn't it a podcast? It is a podcast. It's absolutely a podcast. It is. Is it available on tickets? People are selling tickets to go see it. What podcast is it?
Like a little another show. Every single.
Hold on. Story Wars, you can buy tickets to. Skankfest, you can buy tickets to.
Skankfest, a comedy show.
It's a festival, but they do podcasts.
That's definitely part of the larger festival. And those could also be just considered talks.
Okay. Look, to be a podcast, it's very easy. It just has to have the audio uploaded to one of the podcast platforms. So Spotify, Apple Music, iHeart, Pandora, Spreaker, any of those. It's really easy to have a podcast. So for you to be like, that's not a podcast, that's not a podcast.
I mean, I'm sure the executive conversation has to be podcast, but if you ask it, it's more like a show. Describe what a show is.
No, you're given a definition. If I just go to AI and say, is Kill Tony a podcast?
I just said that, obviously, is it more like a show or more like a podcast? The show is selling tickets.
Okay, I'm asking it, is it a podcast or a show? It says, Kill Tony is technically a live podcast, but functions visually as a television-style show. Created by Tony Hinchcliffe and co-hosted by Brian Redband, the program is marketed the #1 live podcast in the world, releasing new episodes every Monday night. It blends the audio-first format of podcasting with the visual production of a live variety show, where aspiring comedians draw names from a bucket to perform 1-minute sets for a panel of judges and a live audience. While it is distributed as a podcast on platforms like Spotify and Apple Podcasts, the show is filmed as a comedy mothership in Austin, Texas, and streamed on YouTube. The visual component leads many viewers and participants to describe it as a show rather than a traditional audio-only podcast, as the physical performance and audience reaction are central to the experience. So it is technically a live podcast, but it functions visually as a television style show. I mean, it's the same. It could be live stream. If you,
I mean, that's a nice little gymnastic.
it's the same thing as live stream. If you just listen to my collection of, um, let's say, just like the audio of my Twitter Spaces, you could say that those are a podcast. But there's
Oh
a,
yeah, but I wouldn't say it's a show. I definitely wouldn't say it's a show.
I'm not saying it's a show either, but it kind of is. It's a training thing. Hey everybody, risers in the elevator shaft are getting self-help. Riser, riser,
But
riser. Why are you so anti? Yo, why are you so anti-Kill Tony as a show?
I'm not anti-Kill Tony as a show. I know it's a show.
Why are you so anti-Kill
Way
Tony
more
as
of
a
a show than
podcast?
it is a podcast.
Why are you so anti-Kill Tony as a podcast?
Not the popular podcast.
They get
Like saying that, like that's like literally saying like Seinfeld is a podcast because you listen to it. It's like no, it's really not. It's a television show.
so. Let's talk about that. If Seinfeld were to be uploaded to iTunes and Spotify and Apple Podcasts and such, uh, to be listened to, then it's a podcast.
No, I just say that you're listening to the show. You just say that you're listening to a podcast.
It's categorized as a podcast.
Okay, does that just make it automatically correct? If you categorize it as a film, it's a film.
It like
I think in your heart of hearts, you know
um, I know people who just listen to Kids Only as a podcast, or I have known people. They don't watch it, and there have been people who are like, I didn't even know that it had a visual element to it. I would just see it on related stuff to the Joe Rogan Experience on Spotify, and I would listen to it as a stand-up comedy.
that. But if they're listening to a show,
Okay, then let me ask you this: isn't every podcast a show?
if I listen to a
Is the Joe Rogan Experience a show?
podcast a show,
Let me ask you this question: is the Joe Rogan Experience a show?
no, it's not.
I
It's
disagree.
in a private studio. There's no tickets. It's not a thing. It's not. It's not. You can't. The public can't just go and watch it.
Okay, so you're saying the fact that the public is there means it's no longer a podcast.
Yeah, definitely. I believe that's correct. But
It
the
seems
fact that you're selling tickets, the fact that it's at a venue, the fact that the public can buy tickets that would in a venue and go there. Classifies it as a show. And the fact that you're listening to it is like you're listening to a show. Right? If there's a stand-up comedy special and listening to that, the stand-up comedy special is a show. It takes place in a theater. There's people at the show. It's not just because I put my earbuds in, I don't watch the guy on stage. Doesn't mean my
in my opinion, anything
that is audio only could technically be considered a podcast. Or anything that you're.
I mean, apparently that's what Apple and Spotify think as well, but that's like, so TV shows don't deserve their own category.
No, you categorize them as, do they have a video element of them? Then they could be a video podcast. Are they just audio? Then they're just an audio podcast. Podcasts don't have to just be audio. They could be video as well. The Joe Rogan Experience is an example of this. Now, a show like Story Wars, do you know what Story Wars is? Okay, so Story Wars is by Big J. Okerson and I think Louis J. Gomez, where they have three celebrities on at like a comedy club, so people are paying tickets to go see it, and the three celebrities basically put a story together that they don't think that other people.
Like Ari Shafir's show.
I think so. To some extent.
This is not happening. They're just comedians talking publicly.
Yeah, but they have to guess who the person is who told the story. It's more like a British. There was a British show that did this, and there's Jay Gomez just stole it. Okay, so that one you're paying to see. And what about there's that one show called it's called what do you call it? Where they like you just make fun of each other. What is that one called? Roast Battle, yeah. Roast Battle takes place at the Comedy Store and it's live, and they call that a podcast. So I just think that you have to be okay.
Because we haven't normalized the shows.
A show can be.
These shows, it should be I mean, it should be a fun
A show can be visual, audio, or both. A podcast, an audio podcast is audio only. A video podcast generally is audio and video. And they both can be shows. They're not mutually exclusive. I don't understand why you can't say Kill Tony is a show that is the number one podcast in the world. Or Kill Tony is a show that is the number one live podcast in the world. Why can't you say that?
How does it rank among actual shows?
You mean like against television?
How does it? Compared to television. Why can't you say that Friends is the number one podcast?
Because Friends isn't available on any podcasting platform. But if you're saying they're gonna take Friends and make it just audio only or whatever, and put it on even with video, you could then say that it is a video podcast.
Okay, and then it take the title.
No, because it's not the number one live podcast in the world. It's not shown in front of a live audience.
Oh, it's live. How is it live? Is it being to Spotify live?
Hold on. So you're bringing up a very good point. It used to be live streaming, and so they would say we're the number one live podcast in the world. But then, because they were ending up having to do some editing, because people would come up and say stuff that they weren't allowed to say or something, then they started to delay them by 2 weeks. But they still say it's the number one live podcast in the world because it's in front of a live studio audience.
Okay, I mean, if it's not streamed live, I disagree with the evaluation that it's a live podcast. If you're recording it and uploading it after it's been done, why isn't every podcast a live? Because they're doing that exact same thing.
Well, the argument, it would probably be better to say Kill Tony is the number one podcast in front of a live studio audience in the world. But instead of saying in front of a live studio audience, they just say is the number one live podcast in the world. And nobody fights.
How many people classify the audience? Because multiple, I'm sure, podcast with Joe Rogan, there's multiple people probably. They come out with the audience, the producer, and the audio guy. I think some podcasts like Matty Matheson are literally just people doing the background.
Yeah, I think to be the audience, it's a rough definition. It's vague. So do those people count? Yeah, they do. Are their ratings as big as Kill Tony? No, they're not. Joe Rogan doesn't consider his podcast to be live because they do editing and because he doesn't have it in front of a live audience. Meaning,
Tony, don't they do editing?
Occasionally, yeah, they do. But so does Joe Rogan.
Yeah, but Kill Tony is doing it on their playing field.
Okay, so you're saying. So I think we're saying that the only difference between Kill Tony and Joe Rogan is that Kill Tony is in front of a paid audience, an audience that paid to be there. You can't do that for the Joe Rogan experience.
No, I mean, I think that's they within the category of show rather than podcast.
I mean, couldn't you make the argument that it's really a concert?
Isn't concerts
They play music at the beginning and before and after every single comedian. So throughout the show, they.
that's the primary focus. Like if you go to baseball games, there's music, there's a accordion player, so you don't say that that's a concert.
Nobody plays an accordion at a baseball game. It's an organ.
That's what I said.
You said an accordion.
No, I said an organ.
Okay, apologies. The future of humanity will know what they said. Okay, that's a point. Yeah. So is it? So how is it a concert? It's okay. So if you go to see, do they ever call stand up a concert?
No, I'm pretty sure a concert specifically.
Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong.
I mean, I tend to agree with you that generally concerts are music. Kill Tony's a bunch of different things now. It is stand-up comedy. There's the interview portion, which is where Kill Tony makes the argument that it is a podcast because they do like 10 to 12 interviews with individuals. So I think there's a podcast element to that, and the idea of it being the number one live podcast is because it's in front of a live studio audience. Very few other podcasts do that.
I'm still saying a lot. So I agree that if the comedians weren't really performing stand-up comedy and there was them doing interviews, then I could see more of the argument of the podcast. interviews are fake largely, and they're talking about their influence on stage, and you're allowing those people the opportunity.
So you're saying most Kiltonis are about 2 hours, and there are about 12 people who perform. So you're saying because of 12 minutes of the 2 hours, so 12 minutes out of 120 minutes, which is 1/10 of the show, is really pure stand-up comedy, that you no longer consider it to be a podcast, you consider it to be a show.
I mean, the interviews that they're talking about, a large portion of that is regarding what they're doing on stage.
Many times they have nothing to do with it. He's asking them about their kids and their job and their education, and where they're from, and if this is if they're a professional comedian. A lot of times they say, we didn't even talk about your comedy. Just come back next time.
Yeah, no, I get that. But still, even if that was true, the live audience to me is but the podcast with the live audience.
I get what you're saying.
It's more of a show.
I get what you make some really good points. Is it a show? Yes. Is it also a podcast? Yes. Is it also an audio podcast? Yes. Is it also a video podcast? Yes. Is it also a YouTube show? Yeah. Is it also sometimes a Netflix show? Yeah. Why can't all of these things be the same and be accurate?
It's kind of like, I mean, if you go to the LA Dodgers game as an organist play, you're going to, it should say on the ticket you're at a sporting event and a concert.
No, they don't have to do that. But they,
I mean, we're just talking about like what it's primarily.
Entertainment. Wait. They don't even call it a sporting event. They call it entertainment. That's
People, I feel like it's classified more like sporting event. Maybe that's the proper,
which is entertainment. And that's what Kiltony is too. Kiltony's entertainment.
Yeah, but then you go down the street, it's like saying we're all organists. Like, yeah, well, you know more specifically.
We are all organists.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to talk broadly about it. But you want to differentiate between one guy and sea life.
Okay, that's fine.
What is it more? A TV show? Or sorry, a show or podcast?
It's both. It's equally both.
Ticket sales.
It's equally both.
But then when you do that, then you open up like every single thing with ticket sales is now.
Hold on, that's a big assumption. Anything that can be uploaded to Spotify and iTunes and Apple and all that, if it can be uploaded there, then it has the opportunity to be made.
Wouldn't by that metric, like that price, and then up just because they're filmed in front of a live audience, it's probably way more popular than like numbers and views on Netflix and stuff. How is that not the number one live podcast? There's a live audience that has tons of views.
Right, because it's not a regularly produced podcast. And also, it's not regularly produced. It's just like a one-time thing. But if Matt Wright to your credit, if Matt Wright put that out every week or once a month or whatever, and it had more views and downloads than Kill Tony, then it would be the number one live podcast in the world. But it doesn't. Kill Tony has more views than any other show that has an audience that's available on Apple Podcasts, iTunes, and Spotify. That makes it
I
the
mean, what? How many episodes do you have to do for your podcast? I can't just be like that podcast that you're on with the girl that uploads once a month. That's still a podcast. So why can't like a once a year upload still be a podcast?
So it could be. And you'd have to say, okay, so per year, Matt Wright uploaded one podcast, and let's say 10 million people listen to it. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay, and Kill Tony every week puts out a podcast, and let's say 1 million people listen to it. So Kill Tony over the course of the year uploaded 52 episodes with 1 million people listening to each, and it's 52 million listeners for Kill Tony and 10 million for Matt Wright. Kill Tony's the number one live podcast in the world at that point. Now, if Matt Wright put out 10 podcasts and got 100 million people to listen to his, and he had an audience, then his would be the number one live podcast in the world.
Or it's like Taylor Swift brings all her concerts.
Well, it depends. If Taylor Swift, let's say,
It's
did
like all the concerts on tour where she has like 300 singers.
okay, and then do they have more? Let's say she does. Let's say she does a 50 city tour, and let's say just for simplicity, she does a 52 city tour for 52 weeks out of the year, just like Kill Tony, except they are in Austin. And instead of 1 million people listening to it every week, she gets 10 million people to listen to hers. And she'd have the number one podcast in the world. Because guess what? If you've ever been to a Taylor Swift concert, you know she doesn't just sing songs. She tells stories. She thanks people. There's a vocal part of it. Does this make sense to you?
Your mic cut out, but I think you're saying stories, talk to people.
Right, and she brings on friends, and she dances, and there's more to it than just songs and everything. But you could consider that to be a podcast.
I mean, isn't the UFC a podcast? With way more numbers?
The UFC is not available on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and um,
I thought it was the number one podcast. Like it doesn't. Is it number one podcast on Spotify, Apple, whatever?
It's not available.
No, just the number one podcast live.
It's not available on those.
That's not what I'm after. I'm saying like, is the claim of number one live podcast, number one podcast in like the entirety of the world, or just on those specific platforms?
It's those platforms are available on the whole world. The whole world can run those platforms.
I mean, that's not necessarily true because I can't listen to a single thing on Spotify.
Wait, you can't listen to a single thing on the Spotify app on iPhone?
No, it won't it literally won't allow me to listen to every song is dropped.
Why is that?
Spotify is useless.
No, it's not useless. It's a very easy system. Did you uninstall and reinstall?
Yeah, updated, uninstalled, signed out.
Okay, so that's a very limited user issue. But generally, we're saying that you can be in any country in the world, aside from perhaps maybe North Korea, and you can upload your podcast, and people can listen to it. Do we disagree on that?
No. But are we talking, if we're talking about the entire scope of the world, like just total listener or viewer amount, would you say that the UFC is bigger than Coca-Cola?
Um, well, the UFC puts out like 40 events per year, and each event, I don't know the exact numbers, but I would tend to think that they probably have more viewership than Kill Tony does. So, uh, but the UFC is not a podcast. It's not available on the podcast platform.
Okay, if it was though, it'd definitely be bigger than Coca-Cola.
Yes, and then it would be the number one live podcast in the world.
Okay. Well, no, on those platforms, I think in the world, I think that, I mean, like, UFC events get more views than Kill Tony. If we're just talking about total views, not isolated to certain platforms, right?
To be a podcast, it has to be on one of the podcast platforms. Otherwise, it's just an audio file.
Then too, I don't know about that. Okay, well, let's say if I upload my podcast to Rumble, why does it matter?
It does. That's where
Even
the
though it's not a major,
it does. It does. That would be an audio file that's available on Rumble. Yeah, that's a podcast.
I mean, Kill Tony is available on Netflix, right?
Some of them.
And UFC is available on Paramount. So, how's it not considered a major platform for podcasts?
Because UFC is not available in podcast form. You can't get an audio only version of UFC.
I mean, I thought maybe I have it wrong, but when I listen to Joe Rogan on Spotify, it's not like there's two different Spotify podcasts, video and audio. It's just like you get the video one and then you don't watch the video. But the video is still there if you actually click on it.
It's a good question. I think that it depends on what your device is. So on an iPhone, the video is there, but there are other devices that are just audio only, and there's no video.
I mean, there's games are broadcast on the radio. Does that count as a major a radio station? Isn't that considered a proper what's it called?
It's a great,
Network or whatever?
it's a great question.
I would say yes.
Wait, radio generally is not recorded for later playback. Now, I can tell you how it's done in LA.
I believe that like there's an app or something that you can download to replay the game, or like that's how it works with hockey anyway.
Okay, I can tell you this is how it's marketed in the LA market. I don't know about other markets, but there will be a 3-hour podcast of a person's show. And then their producer, once that show is done, edits it and takes out the advertisers and things, and then they upload that to the person's podcast site, and then there's the podcast. So they say you can listen to us live on the radio, or if for some reason you can't hear us, listen to the podcast. So it's literally just the same show that was on the live radio, but the recorded version is marketed as a podcast. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, like that late night radio or whatever.
That's a little different.
West Coast radio or whatever it is.
Coast to coast, yeah, coast to coast AM. That's radio. So that's over the airwaves. Is there a podcast version of it? Yeah, there is. It is just afterward. You can get it the next day. And so, do they consider it a podcast? They consider it to get that. You have to join a membership. You can't just get it normally, like you can get it on Spotify or something like that. It's called Code Zone, and you have to pay for it, and it's like 10 cents a day. So it's like $30 a year. So that one's almost like Patreon. But let's take your idea of the Blue Jays. So the Blue Jays.
Like archive of like sports.
Well, let's take
Because I feel like this definition is like so broad now. Like any or to be a podcast, all you have to do is have a live audience and be essentially archived on a major phone.
That's incorrect. You don't have to have a live audience.
To be a live podcast.
Oh, to be a live podcast. Okay, yeah.
Which is what I feel funny.
Yeah. So let's take your Blue Jays argument. So you've got the Blue Jays that show throughout all of Canada or whatever, and tens of millions of people watch that a year. Okay, that's cool. Are they watching it live on television? Yes. Are they listening to it on the radio? Yes. That doesn't count as a podcast. It's not recorded. Now the
I think they are recorded.
hold on, let me finish. Now they may take those live broadcasts and take the recordings of them and upload them to the Blue Jays radio network or whatever, Blue Jays podcast network, and you can listen to every single Blue Jays game that took place. But the thing is, not that many people do that. If more people listen to the Blue Jays than watch Kill Tony, then you could say that the Blue Jays have the number one live podcast in the world. But they don't. Nobody listens to their old games unless you're a really diehard Toronto Blue Jays baseball fan.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I think that they do archive
I know, you're not listening to me. They do archive the games. But there aren't more people who are watching those games every year than are listening to Kill Tony.
Are you counting the live audience?
No, you don't count. No, you don't count the live audience.
How do you not count the live audience?
Because that's not recorded.
Why a view is a view?
No.
But I thought it's total view. Total views of live and recorded.
Right. So these are semantics. Okay? No one considers a live baseball game playing as a podcast. Nobody calls it that. Nobody calls the Super Bowl a live presentation of the Super Bowl. Nobody calls that a podcast. Now, if you were to take it and archive it and then upload it to one of the podcast sites, then there's an argument to be made there that it is a podcast. And if you could get more people to listen to it than listen to Kill Tony, then you have an argument to say that it's the number one live podcast in the world. The issue is this: more people are not listening to old Toronto Blue Jays recordings that are listening to Kill Tony every week on an annual basis.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I'm just seeing if there's any possibility that would disqualify Killian.
Here's the big argument, and they recognize this, is it's not really a live podcast. It's not like exactly like my streams are live. I'm live streaming. Mine are not recorded. I don't say like, oh, this will be published in 2 weeks or whatever. They're live. Kill Tony used to be that way until they got some people who were saying some stuff that they shouldn't have been saying. And it's like, what were they saying? Um, to my knowledge, they had like a white lady who said the N word. They did not. I think that still aired, but they had even just like stuff about like movie roles. Um, they had someone who got charged with murder on a Kill Tony. Did you know that? So, so Drew Carey, the guy from the Drew Carey show and the host of The Price is Right, his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend was murdered by a guy who was on Kill Tony.
What are the chances?
In that world, higher than you would think. A lot of the people who, like that little area of LA is, um, I would say, made up of creatives and producers and actors and actresses and film stars and
Are bullets traceable? Like, do they have like little?
yeah, I believe it's in the casing.
That's probably for the better. Catch in like a little microscopic laser QR code information.
I think it's in the casing.
Yeah, but you can remove the casing. You're not gonna go in with the tweezers probably and pluck the bullet.
Oh, actually, it wouldn't be in the casing. I don't know. Look that one up. I know each gun is serial. Well, it depends how old the ammunition is too. So we're not
Modern ammunition by 1812.
exactly same with guns. Like guns have modern guns have serial numbers that probably before 1980 they did not. Okay, in terms of the argument that you're making about is it the number one live podcast in the world? Is it really live? Um, the argument is no. They accept that. More accurately, it would be the number one podcast in front of a live studio audience in the world. Or you might not even call it a studio audience. You just might say the number one podcast in front of an audience in the world. Or the number one podcast in front of a live audience in the world. That argument could be made. That's more accurate. But Kill Tony just basically started saying that, and that's what they go with. And they're able to sell that to Netflix. They're able to sell that to Madison Square Garden. They're able to sell that to Fox. And nobody really bats an eye toward it. I mean, I do the same thing. I say I've uploaded more data than any individual in the history of humankind. Is that really true? It's hard for me to prove. From the research that I've done, that's true. However, there may be someone at Amazon, um, like who works for Amazon Web Services, who has transferred, I don't know, one of the servers to another server, and there's an argument to be made that they technically archived data, even though they didn't own it and it wasn't on them, more than anybody else on Earth because it's just what their role was. What am I saying? I don't say I have the longest live stream in the world. I don't say I have the most viewed live stream in the world. I say I've archived more data to the internet than any person in global history. Um, Now, who else could make that argument? Let's say someone who worked for um, the New York metropolitan, the New York Metropolitan um, New York Metro, who uploads all of their camera data to the cloud. That person is doing, I don't know, tens of thousands of videos at once. But that's instead of me saying I've uploaded more data on any single individual. I mean, I usually do say that though. I've uploaded more data to the cloud than any single individual in global history. Um, I have to be specific on one person, as opposed to someone whose job it was to upload data. But that's semantics. People know what I'm talking about when I say I've uploaded more data on one individual than any other person on Earth. But if you really want to get down, I'm ready for something fascinating. Give it to me.
Yes?
Yes.
Well, I'll read you the live podcast is considered an recording of the live audio streaming podcast. Is there anything that could be considered larger than Hilltown for recording of MLB baseball games? They need to have more archive views than Hilltown. Yes, there are media formats that comfortably dwarf Hilltown under specific criteria. Virtually all major sports leagues rigorously archive their footage. Find your formula, an event recorded live and is from the stadium radio audience uploaded later to media streaming platforms at certain full game sports archive theatrical releases mastery of the form the average Hilltown.
Hold on. You can't do that though.
I know it doesn't understand the full amount.
Yeah, exactly. There are like 16 football games per team every year, not including the playoffs, or maybe 17. Okay, Kill Tony has 52 episodes that air a year. So they don't necessarily dwarf that. And most of them, it still doesn't understand. Once a football game takes place, very few people watch it. Kill Tony, once it takes place, millions of people watch it. And that's another point. It Kill Tony gets people who watch their.
Well, what's the time frame? Is that like every episode combined 50?
If you want to make it that, yeah, I would say so. So you could combine every um what do you want to call it? Dodgers game. So there are 162 Dodgers games a year. We're not including the live streams of those games. We're including just the recordings. That doesn't necessarily. There aren't that many amount of people. There might be 50,000 people who listen to every Dodgers recording after the game airs, and they certainly don't listen to it like 2 or 3 years later. But they do that on Kill Tony. I'm watching one right now that took place in 2020.
How many episodes?
No, they're at 750 plus.
I mean, if you consider like the NBA,
but that's not how they do it. The NBA does not have a podcast where you can listen to all of the games after they play. Generally, that is done from a live perspective. Like if I go to the NBA right now on Spotify, they're not going to have those games available. What they will have is maybe some commentary or like interviews with people. But if I want to just listen to like the NBA championship game, if I go to NBA I just type in NBA and I go to podcast.
And WWE live recorded audience. Their YouTube channel has over 100 million lifetime views. There's 100 to 200 times watches in total. Entire lifetime views.
Wait. You're talking about a YouTube channel now. That's different. You can't
Why
go,
can't it be on YouTube?
Riser, you can't go to spot. Yes, but that's not where it brings the podcast element in. That's where the show element is. If I go to WWE right now, if I
Saying it has to be listened for.
yeah, it has to be on one of the podcast platforms. If I go to WWE and I go to podcasts, these are small podcasts. WWE Now, What's Your Story with Stacey McMahon, the WWE podcast. This is small. And on top of that, Riser, these aren't their shows. It's not like you could listen to the whole show. Does that make sense?
Okay, what about, does iTunes count?
Absolutely.
Or have to be like the podcast circuit?
Yeah, that's how it's done. So if you're thinking like, oh, well then what about just people with songs? Can't songs be considered podcasts? Those are a different category. Songs are music. Podcast is spoken.
Why doesn't Spotify just do video?
It does in some things.
I know, but if they can upload a podcast out of visual, so why not just any video at all?
Oh, I see what you're saying. You can. You can. You can put any video that you want on Spotify. Like, I mean, I put 15 podcasts.
Is Mr. Beast on Spotify?
I'm sure you is to some extent. Now you're talking about his shows. Mr. Beast podcast and
I mean, like, is this video on Spotify?
so probably the reason why Spotify does not do it is hosting costs. It's too expensive. So they keep their things to it has to have a theme to it basically. But
They charge people money.
but like this isn't Mr. Beast doesn't have like an official channel of Mr. Beast. But Mr. Beast Gaming, he has the latest episode is 21 minutes. We built America in Minecraft.
Okay, how many views does that have?
100,000 plus plays.
Can you talk about most popular, how many episodes?
No, Spotify doesn't have that. At least not.
So the data's good.
We've known that. What else is new?
I mean, do you think Spotify is to market share to YouTube
No.
and Spotify? They pay ads.
Doug. Are you going to let me answer? Riser, you ask a question and then you just talk right past the question. The answer. Okay, so then wait until you're done talking and then ask the question. Like if
I
you
don't think you know how talking works.
I know how questions are asked and answered. Generally, you ask a question, then you wait.
I context to the question.
So then, add the context before you ask the question. You say, "I have a question." I'm going to preface the question by saying this context, and then you ask the question. Then the listener knows once the question has been asked, that they can answer. If not, it's your question, 10, 15 seconds of context, and they have to go back and think about what you said for the question.
The standard revenue model is usually playing ads before the videos get made. So like in Spotify versus YouTube.
YouTube loses money. It is not a profitable business, or at least it once was not. It could be now, but it's taken a long time with YouTube Premium and everything. So YouTube just did that for the data, and they could do it because they were funded by Google. Spotify does not have that privilege. The storing of all of that data is very expensive. So, why doesn't Spotify partner with Facebook? Again, it's not profitable to just have some random. I mean, even my videos are 12 hours long and are not monetized. They're not advertiser friendly, so they're not. That's something that a platform doesn't necessarily want. YouTube accepts it because they do know that sometimes that data does eventually get monetized. So, and they can use it to train models and such. But any other company that does that, Facebook or Spotify or even Amazon, I shouldn't say Amazon's probably the one exception, but like, and Rumble, they just don't really have the server space to be able to do it. That's an argument.
Spotify is worth how much money?
Billions of dollars. And you're asking, well, why doesn't Spotify just become YouTube? Spotify.
Yeah, I have an idea for a social media platform.
Sure. Yes, I said yes.
I mean, Twitter songs are usually just playlists popular for Instagram, for Facebook, but it's surprising that none of them do that because it's such a good feature in my opinion. Basically, it's literally just on Twitter, you literally have to type your words out in text form. And you cannot just drop voice notes. And voice notes are way more powerful than what we call just text. One, you can just literally translate the voice note for people that want to just hear it as text. So it's not limited. But when you have voice note options, you have people's humans. It'd be so much more interesting instead of reading people's tweets that to be able to listen to them. It's just way more fun. Like when people like Matt Oswald like tweet something super offensive, it's just reading you cannot gauge the person's tone or voice whatsoever. So they're like, wow, this guy's being a dick. In reality, he could be being super ultra sarcastic and saying really nonsensical, stupid things because of absurdity. And also, it's like people's voices are really interesting to listen to. That's why podcasts exist in audio format rather than hearing sound and having to reading a shitload of text. And so I think it'd be dope if you could just have a social media site where it's just voice notes and voice notes and voice notes. And it'd be fun stuff. You get like really fun clips of voice notes that just I think it's a great idea.
Okay, in theory it is, but that's not how the people's social medias work in the celebrity class. So Justin Bieber does not write his own tweets. He's not allowed to write his own tweets. His management writes his tweets. So he might tweet. It is. It is. It is.
Do
It
you
is.
think female audience would prefer to hear his beautiful voice or read his manager's tweet?
They would, but then also his management recognizes there's something um, in the rarity of being able to get information from him. It's like the reason why film actors don't do television and don't do radio is because they want the rarity of only being seen on the big screen. So the only time you're going to be able to see someone like Tom Cruise or Tom Hanks or um, Brad Pitt or um, Angelina Jolie or whatever person. The only time you're going to be able to see them is going to be on television, on in the movies. They don't want to do television unless it's going to be to interview about a project they worked on. But they're not going to like do some episode of um, a television show usually. Now there are exceptions to this with cameo roles that they occasionally do, but only under certain circumstances. Like Brad Pitt was on an episode of Friends. But why was he on an episode of Friends? Because his wife was Jennifer Aniston, and she got him to be on the episode. But like normally, Brad Pitt's never done another television show ever. And Friends was a really big show at that time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that point necessarily. I don't think that obliterates the potential of just having voice notes. I mean, sure, super duper, like 0.0001% of the population that have a PR manager resident, they might not want to use this. But there's plenty of people that are already on Instagram, like just uploading videos of them talking.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Already hear Reggie Watts leaving a voice. You hear his voice in video already.
Right, I get that. Why? If I'm going to be recording my voice and my body's already going to have to do something, why wouldn't I just record video with it as well? Which people do.
I mean, why wouldn't everyone's Twitter just be them talking?
Because they don't run those accounts. So Justin Bieber does not run his Twitter account.
No, I'm not I'm just talking about regular people, not talking about Justin Bieber.
Okay, it's more difficult
I
to
think
store all of that information, and it's heavier on the platform, so they prefer text. A tweet, 240, 240 characters or whatever, is like a kilobyte. When a voice memo of the same length is like 5 megabytes.
but Instagram is already still. I agree that's valid. But Twitter is already. I'm pretty sure you can upload directly to Twitter.
Yeah.
So it's like they're already storing video. And so now my option is if I want to leave people to hear my voice on Twitter, I upload a video file MP4, which is way more stable than just
That's true. But you can't upload as many MP4 files as you can tweet. With a normal account, you can tweet like, it used to be 2,000 times, I think it's 500 times now. You can't upload 500 videos. You can only upload 10 videos a day.
Okay, well, maybe it's somewhere in the middle of like audio files. You can upload more than 10. You can upload like 50. I mean, there could still be a limit to make it actually feasible for the cost and the bank.
Okay, I get that. But let's look at it from the perspective of an individual. If I'm going to take the time to record my voice, well, then I just better make it a video anyway. Because voice recordings aren't as powerful as voice plus video. So if I really want to get my message across, then I'm just going to make a little video. Basically, voice doesn't necessarily do that much for people. Text does, and video plus voice does, or video and audio does. But audio alone, not necessarily. It's not.
No, but I mean, I don't know, I think audio, if you people listen to podcasts and they're super enjoyable. You know, listening to Joe Rogan, because looking at the video and then watching the difference, honestly, it really does.
I disagree. I disagree. I disagree.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, unless they're like showing you something on the screen, I don't disagree on it. But still, that's why they say, like, bring the podcast together. If you show something on the screen, and still describe it for someone who isn't watching, because they know that a shitload of people are literally not watching the video, they're just listening. And they're still, like, I listen to podcasts all the time, and never am I like, oh, I need to, like, if it's a William Montgomery show, I have watched the video countless times. I've also listened to it countless times. I need to watch the video.
Yeah, because his isn't necessarily video centric, but something like the Joe Rogan experience, where you're looking at people's reactions and their body movements and their overall, like 90% of all communication is nonverbal. So there's a lot going on there that you're not getting if you are just listening to them.
Well, yeah, but how much more are you getting versus just looking at text?
90%.
Way more.
90% more.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's not trying to say, like, way better than video. It's saying that this is way more.
Well, okay, so.
And if there's, like William Montgomery, there's two options. He has Twitter and this other platform. One is just his tweets, text, and the other is just, like, or whoever, or William Montgomery, as an example, if he has, like, voice notes, it's going to be so much more, like, I could give a shit about the text, but if I can, like, listen to just his random, hilarious thoughts that are in, like, these, like, voice notes, that'd be amazing.
Okay, but that's really a podcast.
No. This is, like, just short random ideas.
I get that. So he'll make a video thing. He does that, and those are fun. If you're going to take the time, if William Montgomery's going to take the time to record something, why not just make it a video with audio and
video? Not everyone wants to be on video all the time.
Okay, but those kind of celebrities do, even if they're D-list celebrities like William Montgomery, or C-list celebrities like Brian Redman, or B-list celebrities like Tony Hinchcliffe, or A-list celebrities like Joe Rogan. They're going to say, my time is valuable enough, and I want to engage with the user as much as possible, that I'm already going to be moving my mouth. Why not just put it on camera?
It's just there's no option for the voice notes on these social media sites. Which I think is crazy.
Wait, there is the option in messages to people.
Yeah, I know, exactly. And people do that all the time. Like, DMs or sending voice notes. But you can't. There's no, like, public social media app where you just throw voice notes.
That's true. To my knowledge, I would agree with that.
And I think that is a huge untapped market. I haven't explored this idea before. I think there could be like a Patreon thing where people can have people
I don't think people would like it. It's too much work. Uh, like if I'm gonna engage with something,
It's less work than typing.
no. If I just here's a big reason why typing works because I can be doing something else and reading, and it's silent. If I have to hear something, I have to stop everything around myself and focus on it. Like right now, I could be reading on Spotify, whatever, and talking to you at the same time. But if I want to hear what they're saying in some kind of voice message, I've got to tell you to be quiet because I have to listen to it. Basically, the multitasking aspect of it makes it more difficult. Now,
I don't know about that. Can I explain why? Like you're saying that you could be reading people's tweets and texting and listening to Joe Rogan just to, or but you can't be reading that text thing, or you can't be reading two things at the same time. By like reading tweets and then also perusing on Reddit. For this, it's same as a podcast. Like sometimes like a podcast in the background, I'm talking to ChatGPT, and audio you can do like one audio with one video. I'm totally multitasking at the same time. So with this app, you've got your audio, and then you can go talk to ChatGPT, scroll Reddit, and peruse through it. And it's actually better than doing audio because you're not like you can't just only be on Twitter. You can be multitasking.
um, okay, so the thing that you're saying, you could just do audio by just covering the camera and recording your voice. Do we agree on that?
I mean, you can.
Okay, so that's available right now.
Yeah, that's an MP4 video.
Okay, but I mean, it's still just a person's audio.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not like the goal of like a platform is to have a bunch of audio clips.
Okay, so we have to look at what pushes social media, and it's celebrities really push social media, and people are going to
I
say,
don't know about that. I don't think people use Discord because of celebrities. They use Discord because it's a community, and
okay,
the same is true for social media.
okay, that may be correct. If I'm going to give my time to be able
We're
to,
probably friends.
if I am going to give my time to be able to listen to something, and I have the option to also watch something or not watch something, I want to watch something. And 99% of people agree. Very few people will say, I just want to hear something.
Yeah, and this platform, like I said before, like you listen to Kill Tony while you're programming something. Instead of choosing to listen to Kill Tony, you choose to listen to uh, whoever. Like Tony Hinchcliffe's voice notes. And Tony Hinchcliffe is like he's on the golf course with Shane Gillis. So Shane Gillis' voice notes would Kill Tony on the golf course. You're like, oh, these hilarious little like stupid little short audio notes that are hilarious.
But people would want
Way
to
more
see
funny
that.
than just reading.
But people would, no, I agree. But people want to see that. I want to see what they're seeing at the same time. I
Yeah,
want,
no, I don't disagree that it's necessarily worse to run video, but I don't know. Sometimes I don't think it's I, like in that example specifically because they're doing an activity then like they're golfing and there's an environment there, then yeah, people may want to see that.
absolutely.
Even though it might be funnier just listening to because there's not video, Shane Gillis describing how shitty he's at putting. Like because you're imagining it, it's like
It's never going to be
boring.
funnier.
Or you imagine you're fancy and then you see it, it's like way shittier.
It's never going to be funnier than actually being able to see it yourself. Like, Even if you get a really funny video, a really funny audio, if you have video with it, it's always funnier with the video because then you know exactly what they're describing.
Okay, but they're still on a purely audio video standards.
True.
Kill Tony podcast, apparently number one in the world, is an audio podcast. People are totally down to consume just audio content.
That's true, but it's not as funny as the it's not as funny if you have video as well. Video and audio is superior.
Okay, but you're saying that's better than listening to text tweets.
Um,
Like the same degree that video is better than audio is better than text.
I don't always know that. Not always.
I want you to switch to my side and just try to make I try to make the argument of why it's better.
Okay, so one thing I'm trying. Well, I'll do that in a second. But like, I really think that modern Seinfeld is really funny. When I read modern Seinfeld, I read it in like a Jerry voice or a George voice or an Elaine voice or a Kramer voice that I already have in my head because I've seen the show so much that if it were just some random individual reading it, I would who wasn't associated with Seinfeld at all, it would lose its some of its humor to me because I'd be like, this is a character who I don't know who's trying to interpret the characters for me. Therefore, the words are just funny. Um, in your case, you're talking about short form audio sharing website. Let's see if that exists. And why not?
It's definitely not a huge
Why
success
doesn't short form audio clip website exist like Twitter? So 5 years ago they said that it would be the next big social trend, but it never really caught on. There are some called Beams, Ratchet, and Pluto. They attempted to build dedicated short-form audio networks. They faced significant hurdles, including high user acquisition costs, low discovery efficiency compared to video algorithms, and monetization challenges. One big one is you need to transcribe all this information so that it can be read for the internet. So key reasons for the lack of major standalone platform are for the lack of a standalone platform are visual dominance. Short form video platforms like TikTok succeeded by combining audio with engaging visuals, whereas pure audio requires more active listening and lacks the immediate visual attention necessary for mass data growth. Platform integration. Instead of standalone apps, short-form audio has largely been absorbed into existing platforms. Twitter, now X, integrates audio via spaces and audio tweets. Oh, you can do an audio tweet on Twitter. So let's look it up.
I'm opening up Twitter right now.
Audio
It says start a space. Then you have to start a space.
audio tweets or voice tweets allows users to record and share audio clips directly within their timeline, with playback appearing in a docked window for embedded player. Native feedback. Introduced in 2020, native voice tweets support up to 140 seconds per step, automatically letting longer recordings. Platform availability. The native feature has historically been iOS exclusive. Android users typically lack the direct wavelength icon in the composer. Workarounds. Users on unsupported platforms or those wanting to upload pre-recorded files can use third-party tools like Reverb Record to embed audio players or convert audio to video users user services like Headlighter, Spaces, for live audio conversations users can use. Okay, so how do we do it? Send an audio feed. There's a request. Plus, click that. That's a space. There's a request.
Well, that's black. It's you have to re-record the voice now and then upload it. You can't just record the voice.
Okay. Okay, so I can see how you can do that. Alright, so you can do it. It's just a pain in the ass. But you can do it. Nobody does it, but you can.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've never, like, in my life, once seen a voice notes. Not once. Not a single time.
Okay.
But Twitter is not really designed as the whole thing.
Okay, but you were saying like nobody's done this. Yes, other people have done it. It just has an issue with visual dominance, platform integration, the clip economy shift. Content creators now treat short clips as promotional tools for longer content, podcasts and live streams, rather than standalone products, focusing on distributing clips across video-centric platforms rather than building dedicated audio clips. Technical and social friction. Audio recording is less intuitive for mass creation than video, and platforms struggle with content moderation and discovery without visual metadata that helps algorithms categorize and recommend content effectively. Consequently, the market has shifted from multi-platform distribution of short clips, often as video, rather than supporting proprietary text-based or audio-only social networks. But it does seem like it's been tried. Beams, Racket, and Pluto tried to do it, but they just suffered from high user acquisition costs, low discovery efficiency, and monetization challenges. So it exists. But
I feel like you could build a SoundCloud premium membership or advertisements every 10 minutes. Not crazy content. I mean, SoundCloud is still is basically the same storage as SoundCloud. They're both still audio files.
so Beats is a prolific audio-based social media platform designed to foster authentic conversations through short-lived clips aimed to reduce the likes and follower count pressure common in traditional social networks. Founded in 2020 by former employees of SoundCloud, Spotify, and Influences, the platform allows users to post up to 90-second voice recordings into interest-based groups, functioning similarly to a voice-powered forum. The company has raised a total of $6 million in seed funding, with the round led by the Venture City in November 2021. Beams distinguishes itself by removing the ability to follow individual profiles or receive likes, instead focusing on community-driven discussions around diverse topics. The platform has grown to host over 5,000 topic groups, positioning itself as an alternative to live audio apps like Clubhouse by offering asynchronous bite-sized audio content. So that's what you're talking about, right?
It says Beams flagship social audio app is no longer active.
Okay.
Beams notes format magic notes.
Okay. So that tells you that saves you all the work that you would have had to put something like that together just to find out that nobody wants it.
And let me check the API file. The thing is, this kind of stuff becomes so expensive to host that there are only a few companies that can do it.
No, I mean it's the same storage as SoundCloud.
Yeah, but I mean, there aren't a lot of SoundCloud out there. That's pretty unique too. SoundCloud isn't like there aren't like 1,000 SoundClouds. There's literally only a couple of them.
And
Fewer than 5.
MP4 is 3-minute video, 15 megabytes. That's 5 times as much. And I thought I was going to be like the audio and so yeah, 1/5 video. So terrible.
Yeah, I agree with you.
MP3 to text. Text is 99% less.
That's where you get the same. That's why it's not done. So maybe if audio were like 5% of video, then it might be more realistic. But at only 1/5, it's like we'll just make a video to do it. It's not it's not that much different.
I love the, I mean, I guess you probably just do it like a podcast, just random,
But don't you want to see that? I want to see that.
No, it does not need the visual at all.
It does. If he's making a comment like, "Look at this stupid from crossing the street here," I want to see that.
And that involves like external
But I even want to see his. I even want to see his face, like and the gestures that he's making when he's discussing. Celebrities do this all the time, or just creators do this all the time. They'll be like, "Okay, I'm gonna take the camera and put it in front of my face and talk about whatever I'm gonna talk about."
yeah. No one likes audio.
No, 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 no. That's incorrect. They do, but they just want it in long form. So they just want it in. There are some people who do like audio as much as you, but they feel that if they're going to do audio, do a long form audio. Don't just give it to me in a small segment. If you're going to give it to me in a small segment, then what I want you to do is to give me video as well. It's more engaging.
I would
but you would rather see them and hear them as well, or just have the ability to hear them if to see them if you wanted to.
No, with audio, there's the
But if you have
I
that,
listen to thousands of
if you
hours of podcasts with audio or video, and
if you have the choice though, sometimes you might want to view it as well.
I listen to it as video.
Okay, well, um,
And then even on like a Instagram post, or even post maybe something in there, instead of there being a text caption or just be able to read an audio.
on what did you say on Instagram?
It's just way more personalized. Like if I try to describe it in my blog, I could write a caption in text, but I should be able to just have a voice note or a caption.
Yeah, but that's a lot of data to store. That's not necessarily.
They're already storing video.
They're storing one video. If everybody made voice
No.
chat,
On Instagram, you can upload like 12 videos in one story.
okay, that's fine. But
So
imagine,
the caption
hold on,
is
hold on,
the
hold on.
audio
Let's
is
finish.
already
Let's
one
finish. Let's
equal
finish.
size of video.
Let's finish it.
And there's only one of them.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So Kim Kardashian uploads one 1 minute video, and she gets a million people to comment on it. Now instead of having 199 or of the storage, now her comment section, because of people are just saying um, cap or whatever, is now going to be.
I didn't say in the comments. I just said only her caption.
Oh wait, okay. So not the okay. So maybe I'm misunderstanding. So you're saying not the comments are audio playback, right?
Yeah, no, the comments are the text. But it'd be like Kim Kardashian at the mall or whatever, having a smoothie, and then our caption is like, "Oh, look at us going to the mall. This mall is terrible. It was good, but the smoothie was amazing."
Okay, they do that. They do that. That's just the audio portion of creating a clip.
No, I'm talking like you post. There's a video or a photo on Instagram, which is the visual, and then underneath that you have a text caption or whatever you might have. That text caption, you should be able to read and have audio instead of strictly text.
You can have audio for it. You just read it over
No,
the video.
no, you cannot have. It goes to your post that includes. It might be a video that has its own audio, but the caption is text only.
That's true. But why wouldn't you just read the caption? I mean, caption itself is supposed to be word based. Captions are not supposed to be audio captions generally. And the reason why that uh, they're word based is to explain what's going on in the picture, but also allow it to be searchable and organized.
Yeah, it's still translatable if you see the words that are in audio in the meaning. But Google means they have that's not audio.
Okay, so why don't I?
If, for instance, there's like an artist that I follow, Adebojo Balaji, he does these really vibrant paintings, and instead of him just uploading the art, this guy's thoughts are amazing, and he has like amazing questions that very people can embrace. It'd be way cooler if it was his voice describing the paintings
okay, but if it really matters that much to him, why wouldn't he just make a video with that, with the audio?
I mean, then it'd be have to scroll like the last slide and listen to the audio and see the other images that are listening.
Um,
If it's in the caption, you can be playing the caption and listening and then scrolling through the like gallery.
uh, I think that you can just play the caption over the gallery. You can do that now.
You know, if there's an Instagram view around,
I did it. I did it on TikTok yesterday.
so you're saying that I'm missing the caption.
I'm saying that you can put 35 pictures and then talk over the pictures, and it basically takes all the pictures and makes them into a video with your talking in the background. That's your video caption. Um, it takes individual pictures that you have, which is all a video is. It's just a bunch of little pictures, which are the frames of pictures, and combines them. So when you say you're creating a video, you're just creating more pictures of yourself. But these pictures are linked together with audio in the background.
That's not a caption.
It is.
Not a video caption. That's just audio in the feed.
I mean, that's what some captions are. Look, I think that you make a
Caption
caption.
specifically is the text that is describing.
I get that. And I'm saying that you can take that text and read it over the video, and then it's an audio capture. I'm also saying that I think what you're saying is not to me all that. Um, I don't think it's stupid, but I think it becomes more work than what it's good for. So think about how accurate text to speech is right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
No, it's not. It's maybe 85% accurate, maybe 90%, especially on longer words, it's not. So now Kim Kardashian has to go back and change what the text to speech is, or the speech to text is, because it's only about 85% accurate.
So with AI in the future.
I agree with you. In the future, it will be resolved, but it's still not where we're at. Even still, as someone who does text to speech every day, multiple times a day, it still doesn't get it right every time.
See, every time I get text to speech, it's been like flawless.
Not always. Not always. It's not always flawless. You know that. You and I both know. Especially on
Every
homophones.
time you do like a voicemail and ask AI a question,
Yeah, but a lot of times it will write it incorrectly and then just make a connection that of what I want, of what question I'm asking it. But especially with like homophones, like two words that sound the same but are spelled differently, it's still really bad at it.
well, that's not necessarily the voicemail problem. That's a separate issue. And I don't, I'm not saying that's not an issue.
Well, but
It's relevant at all. It's just like
it's relevant.
the voicemail's problem.
It's relevant because
Translate flawlessly.
let's say Kim Kardashian posts a bag, and then she speaks a caption, which is what you want her to do. That's fine, but the transcript of that caption is going to be wrong, like 10% of the time. So now she's got to go through and change it all. And that doesn't always look that professional.
Yeah, but they're going to be listening to it anyway. But yeah, I see what you're saying about like, but I mean, still in like 2 years' time, it'll probably be fixed. So it's just a temporary issue.
It will be improved. Um, there are other things though that they may not want their voice on. So, like what?
I'm not saying it's forced. I'm just saying it should be an option.
Okay, what I'm saying should be an option is just text to speech um, everywhere. So that I could just go on Reddit and hit a button and it reads me all the comments. That to me should be a thing. It's an accessibility issue at that point. Not even like a
I agree with that as well.
okay, all right, good. All right. So we were talking before you took a shower about simulator games, and you were like cruise ship game, which seemingly already exists in multiple forms. I'm not saying one is um, really good yet, but it seems like it exists. And I was telling you about a game that's in beta right now that you can pre-order. That is a tower simulation game, and I'm telling you, tower simulation games are really fun. And we have an issue of another. There was there was a game once called Sim Earth, where you act as God basically, and you um, can control the temperature of what's going on in Earth. Is that at all attractive as a game?
Just controlling the weather.
No, it's not just that. It's not just that. You have to like control the weather to a point where lights can form, and then different light forms occur. Like if it's like I don't know, there's a lot of pressure or something, maybe like larger animals won't evolve. But if there's not as much pressure and not as much heat and stuff, like larger, warm, or like more warm-blooded things will uh, grow. And I mean, that's like the ultimate simulator game. Um, you could also do a universal simulator, which would be really interesting. I think simulator games have a lot of potential. A big one that I was watching not too long ago was a game where you uh, just clean, just like a cleaning tool. It was like a power washer system, and that was doing huge amounts of work to do it. I've never seen it. Have you ever seen a teacher simulator game where you teach children and their success, like your success rides on their success?
I haven't personally seen a teacher simulator, but I understand what you said.
I'm sure it does.
Yeah, there are teacher simulators, school teacher simulators.
That's the thing. Any simulator game that we can think of, somebody's already done. People have already had this conversation, no matter what it is.
That doesn't mean that there's everything that's already good.
That's true. But that means that the market now is already saturated.
Is there a beach? Is there a beach?
Um, like where you
Beach cleanup? That's a good. That seems like a good game. If it's not beach and island cleanup, it's store your items, popular simulator where you clean up trash on an island. I need to update your computer. Yep. Good. Highly recommend. I would have liked, tools with actually beach cleaning simulator and the beach cleaning. Yeah, it exists.
It, um, it used to in NBA games. It's not a thing so much anymore. But when you used to,
That's a great time pass for me.
I mean, I don't know how to feel about it. Why is that?
You have to like start off like doing like really shitty like low level professional sports for these halftime shows to like the top toss contests. You gotta work your way up to being like a Super Bowl halftime performer.
Okay, but well, firstly, you're not going to get any licensing, so all of the teams are going to have to be generic, which takes a bit of realism away from your game. And it's not like one person is really good at all that stuff. Like, you're going to have puck toss, okay? So, how do you make it really good? Or like the thing where they hit a golf ball across the court and have to make it like
Exactly. Or do a literally golf courses, GA races. There's all sorts of t-shirt cannon stuff that
how do you do well at that? Like, do you
I
train?
do well.
How do you do well at that? How do you have to like train on their bowling?
Um, well, I'll just step into it. But there's just a bunch of games and activities that take place in the sport scene outside of the actual game itself. So,
Okay, so they used to have a game, or this used to be part of games, and they took it out. So Madden had this, and um, like NBA Live had this, and it was a so basically you play your game and you play your season or whatever, and then you got to live some aspects of outside the game. So you would get like a shoe deal, or you could like wear different clothing, or you could buy a house. It was almost like you combined the Sims with like the basketball game. And if you could do that, because it's no longer available in the games anymore, I think that you could have something that people like because there was a market for that at one point. Another thing that there used to be a market for that there no longer is first person sport games. So like Madden today is only third person. But at one time ESPN put out a game and it was first person. It was a helmet game. You got to see what the players saw. And I think that there is a definite um, there's a definite um, opportunity. Like imagine a hockey game, but you play it inside the guy's helmet. Would you like that? Yes or no? Or inside the goalie's helmet?
I don't understand like how you could use the goalies helmet.
No, it's first person view. So you actually are seeing through the goalie's eyes.
So, I mean, it sounds okay.
And like goalie's not the best position to choose because you don't move around that much. But if you're a forward or a center or whatever, or a forward or I don't know, a wing or whatever, defender, it's more fun because you feel like you're actually doing it. But
I mean, yeah, I don't know why they're not in first person. Some games are not for first person sport.
Madden was not. Madden was never had it, and ESPN put out a game where they did, but I feel like it wasn't used that much because it's really hard to see. When you have like a fake helmet over your eyes, it's like you're only seeing through like this little strip, and it's like not as enjoyable. But I always thought it was really cool. If you were like rushing the quarterback or something, you really like could do sit there. I mean, it's just fun to like be a lineman or something. But for a running back with the ball, and like, but I think the reason why they don't do it is because you're at a major disadvantage than the person who can see the whole field. But it was fun. It was definitely fun. My question to you is this. This is probably the most important question I've asked you. I've asked you like 59. We had to play with Zoom and all the other stuff. Are you ready to lose at mini golf? That's some bullshit. You now, are you ready to lose a carom? Why, why don't you make a carom game? Okay. Um, I mean, do you want to be a video game freak? That's true. Did you fix the thing that broke in it? I'm not asking you to. I know it's a lot of work, but I'm just asking if you Well, it was fine. The issue that arose was well, the issue that arose is putting two things together. What about a surface simulator?
Just encouraging you to play
What about a surface simulator? That's the thing with simulators. If it's available, somebody's better than it. What about if you're going to do carnival usually services under one tent, like multiple rooms, carnival usually outside the tent, and has like different booths and outside with other tents, but not one singular tent. Carnivals are usually larger as well in terms of the amount of square footage that they utilize. additionally, carnivals. Once you're in a circus, usually there's like a manufactured. They can have different rings though. That's why you have like two ring, like one ring circus, three ring circus, whatever you want to consider it. But you don't have to pay any more for the entertainment. You've already been ticketed. When a carnival, you may get ticketed to go into the carnival, but then to play each of the games or participate, those are all individual fees as well. It's definitely a little bit of overhead. And you could also have a circus at a carnival. Can you have a carnival at a circus? Yeah, but most people wouldn't say that. You would just say that the circus is at the carnival because the carnival is outside the circus. Does that answer all your questions regarding everything in life? Alright. Now, I have another question for you. Here. What about a rock? This is a forest buffalo. A rock climbing simulator, but you use Google Maps and somehow, or like Google Earth. So you could climb Everest, you could climb Yosemite, you could climb Denali, you could climb anywhere on Google Maps. It would just create a simulated environment. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it'll be the other parts of the extrapolated data in the blender maybe, and it's just you got the elevation map that the actual details of it are just not there, so you have to do add more details onto those environments, and maybe you could build a generative algorithm. I think it's like AI in the next 2 years will be able to just basically enter a prompt and get basically you're doing this energy or whatever. And like as a generative environment will be really good. But I don't think that you would building necessarily.
Okay. Did you watch Lucy K's Ridiculous?
I was saying,
Okay.
did you watch that?
What do you call it? One of the basket of things that I'm gonna watch in the future, like the new William Montgomery podcast that you have.
Are you gonna put a rainy day?
Yeah, dog. What's it?
Rainy day podcast?
Rainy Day podcast. Dude, William Montgomery was on Kim Tony this week, but it was because it was an old William Montgomery. And, so I'm gonna read to you now the most recent thing in the William Montgomery podcast. And it's kind of funny. Somebody wrote, no, seriously, what the fuck is going on? No pod, no Kim Tony appearances. And somebody wrote, trying to have fun tonight. Next person wrote, maybe he did stop. Next person wrote, remember long ago when he started talking about how the yelling was making his throat bleed and hurt, so he was going to stop yelling and he did the whispering bit and said, I'm done, when asked if he was going to stop. Yeah, Tony didn't let that last very long.
It felt like a proper and honest decision on their part. I guess 20 didn't know he wasn't hurt, was he, William? Next person wrote, I got two pistols in the fucking reading room right now. I really love that bit because it brings out the sketchiness, but it will never not make fun of me and judge me wrong. Next person wrote, I miss him. I miss Wednesday. Next person wrote, I heard him and Tony Chin were trapped in a cabin. Next person wrote, underwater one attack. Next person wrote, following. Been wondering the same thing. Next person wrote, I'm actively checking to see when he's coming to Florida. I love you guys. Next person wrote, keep an eye out on Instagram stories for a show announced for your friend. You probably need that. Next person wrote, sometimes a break is needed. You have, you never know what someone is going through. He'll be back and it will be a banger. Did you know that Dedrick Quinn got arrested? Cool. Um, y'all need to calm down. It's pretty easy to see that dude is Quinn right now. Next person wrote, correct, shows every weekend for years and years. Next person wrote, he probably filming movies with someone bigger than the film. Next person wrote, he'll be back. Next person wrote, he has dates in July. Maybe it does because vacation. Next person wrote, he very clearly said in episode 231 that trade is the last episode for of the William episode. So maybe you missed it. The Patreon was shut down shortly after. He's done about a bazillion episodes of Kill Tony. He's allowed to take a break whenever he wants. Why don't you catch up with other podcasts that you've done before you come here talking like this? If you were actually caught up with the current William you know he's going through some personal shit as well. Sometimes it's better to just shut your mouth. You got hundreds of hilarious hours of waiting podcasts to watch. Get to work. Every week will read some quote. Dude, you will hear it. Next person says, no need to be exposed by next person says, sorry, I am hormonal and passionate. Next person, I understand it's alright. Please be honest with you and leave and family. Next person said, well, next person wrote, I've been busy lately and this is how I found out. Sad day. Next person wrote, click the Reddit post I shared. There's lots of William to watch and I'm sure you haven't seen it. But I'm sure you haven't seen it. Next person wrote, if his own space, if he's ready, if he's ready, he will come back. You got 4TY. So, Woody, I got 20. Next person, I got 20. You got 4. Next person, it's 4 good. I don't even know for sure what's going on. I'm pretty, I'm pretty much left modern son, but I'm back. I'm here. I'll post if I find I can stop it. Next person, Casey stole his phone and found it. The redemption ticket being sought. Next person, back on the left. You don't know who Desert Quinn is? Yeah, he got arrested in Japan. And he was in jail for 24 days for MDMA that they found in his grill space, like the thing you put in your mouth. Yeah, he's fortunate to get out after 34 days. They don't fucking want him to stay. Was that the greatest story you've ever been told? That's good. Alright, next question. Ready for some title of kid information?
Yeah, please. Yeah, please tell you some private information. Sure, baby. Exactly, that's
What is that? I can't hear you. You gotta turn your mic up.
I see you please.
Oh, I sold my account. No, probably. Hold on. Let me switch cameras. It's cool. Oh, I'm in Hollywood. Yeah, I'm in Hollywood. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Let me switch back to my camera.
Can you search something on YouTube?
Yeah. Oh, what do you, it depends on what you want me to search on YouTube.
My name.
Yeah. What you want me to look, what's the name? I must be the bird on that. I'm a little bit mistaken. You said what?
G4Z is my name. Search.
For people with on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. G4Z. Oh, wow. 322 subscribers. Oh, okay, I see. So you do a lot of Roblox rivals. I've heard of it. Let me see. Okay. Oh, nice. You know what? I wanted to develop a game that I'm working on a web app, like AI companion, so I'm not gonna like develop yeah. But I'm guessing you play it every day? Yeah, got it. And they're both remote. So I get to work on my side project while I'm doing work from home. You know what? I was watching YouTube. It comes to the very same spot. It's a very to the hallway, which is literally right next to it. Like literally a couple steps away. You know why? I don't know if that's taste much pressure, it tastes much pressure. It's just together stuff. I'm definitely there. Where are you from? You don't mind me asking. Let me get not Israel. Israel? Well, they're not neighbors. UAE or something? UAE, Iraq? Oh, I'm gonna have to Google it. I'm gonna Google it. Oh, Afghanistan. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So Turkey, Armenia, Turkestan, Pakistan. Which one you said? Pakistan? Oh, okay. That's cool. What's up? Actually, I've been noticing a lot of tourists out here. Like a lot of tourists, like I mean, we have tourists out here, but it's like due to the World Cup, we have like I'm noticing a lot of people in different countries coming to like the U.S., especially LA and other parts. But yeah, Yeah, it's just like,
Have you been to Venice?
I watched videos. I looked at Pakistan lights. Yeah, I've seen some of the lights.
Have you like what do you think about the Pakistan?
I haven't really watched a lot of videos, but I've just seen videos about the food and restaurants. So not too much outside of it.
Alright. You can also find Pakistani restaurants in America.
You said you can find it what?
Pakistani restaurants in America.
Oh yeah. We have a lot. We have. I still haven't had like tandoori from like. If you look at some of these other Indian restaurants, get some tandoori and some. I keep forgetting, but I don't know. I haven't tried too much Indian food or Pakistani food or Asian food in general. You know, the better life, but yeah, I haven't tried so much. Anyway. Yeah, let me read it.